Good morning and welcome back to the stream. My name is Katie. This is Atelier Nikuzuki, and today I'm just getting myself onto the actual website to make sure that I'm streaming through to YouTube. We're good. Okay. Today we are working on pockets, and then we're going to be pinning the. Actually, I think we're working on pockets and trimming out the things. I can't remember if we've trimmed all the wedges out of all these bags, but we've done a lot of them. But we do what we really need to do. Okay, we have. All right. I did clean them up actually too, so they're even in a bag to go to my friend already, which I'm quite pleased with. So basically we're going to finish making the pockets on the interiors of these bags. And then we're going to, I think there's like 5 or 6 left. I think it's 6. Then we're going to go in and do some things and do some other things and try to get as much done on these bags as we can today, because I have a pop-up with Ancient Arts Yarns on Saturday from 10 to 4. Just realized I need to actually call my mother-in-law and make sure she's still on board for childcare this weekend. Make sure everything's still lined up there. Yeah, nope. Oh, I got my weight and run workout in this morning. Super unmotivated to actually do it, but it was the easy paced run today, so that was nice. Right now I'm training for the Kyoto Marathon in February of 2025. Am I signed up? Do I have anything really lined up for it? No. But I'm training with the thought of the pace there needs to be an average of 5 miles per hour, which means that I really need to up my speed. So the marathon that I did at Disney was 6:44:50, which means I want to cut my time by at least an hour to an hour and 20 minutes. So this year we're doing a lot of easy runs to kind of get that aerobic base built up. And then I'll be doing speed training as well, because you got to do both to get it going. But I was just watching the weather for that one as well, and right now it's looking like low teens for a high, so that would be an amazing forecast to run in. Kyoto doesn't get snow very often, but they can get rain in February, and that would be chilly, would be a generous description. And if all goes well with everything, we'll be going, well, both Dallas and I will be going along with the kids as well. So we had a whole discussion about that the other day. I don't really want to rehash it right now. They're both in childcare right now, which is awesome for everyone involved. But yes, my transition to working out is a lot longer when Dallas isn't here. Unfortunately, I need to start getting better about that, because I need to start getting down to the studio sooner. And typically I would be on all day to actually do sewing in this case, but I need to actually go out and get some blood work done. So I'm diabetic, and it is the check-in for my A1C coming up. Well, that's what I'm getting done today, which actually I just realized I need to make sure I actually know where the paperwork is for it. I think it's in my wallet, but I don't want to head out without that. So, but everything should be lining up well based on my, I use the Libre 2, which is a constant glucose monitor. And it's estimating that my A1C has dropped significantly. Now, it's usually a couple points high or lower than my actual A1C, but everything is indicating that there has been a drop, which is super exciting, because I'm not doing bad, but I still need to get a little bit better in line than it has been over the last year. So, but I have dropped. I thought I dropped about 7 pounds, and then this week I dropped another 4 pounds, which is good. It means that like not in normal circumstances. That's not good in normal circumstances. But we did dry January, well, through to like Valentine's Day because we were drinking down in Disney after the marathon. So we did like dry January 15th, basically to February 14th-ish. So that means that I heard the fact that apparently you hold like 6 pounds of extra weight in your liver due to drinking, but I also think it's probably a big drop after the marathon training because, and I do believe this, of endurance training builds your glycogen stores, which are the stores that you like tap into as you run longer and everything like that. And then something like for every ounce of glycogen you store like 3 ounces of water weight as well, or water, to be able to like access that glycogen. So I think more what's happened is that I've dropped probably a significant portion of that glycogen storage, which is going to get built up again as I train again for this marathon. Right now I am in half marathon training. Current goal is I want to go and run a 3-hour half at Calgary, 3-ish hour half, and then I want to be sub 3 by the time that I go run Canmore in September. My current PB for a half was actually Disney World on the marathon day, 3:10, but that is not at elevation, whereas both of these halves will be at elevation. So my PB, my official PB for my half is 3:20, which is, and that was flat. There was no like 3:20 and change. And that was at Fernie last October. So I've done a lot of training since then. I've got like almost a full 4 months still to train for Calgary in May. I think it's doable. Thing about it is like even today's easy pace was like what I was running at for like speed this time last year. Actually, I wasn't even running this time last year because I was still in some tests and stuff like that because post-COVID, post upper respiratory 19, I had some massive, I don't know if they're like panic attacks or like what, but my heart rate jumped horrendously at a specific like position. So I had my hands above my head, putting lights up in a show of all things, and I think it was mostly exhaustion and just my body was still recovering from that infection. It happened once more around Christmas, and then it hasn't happened since. So fingers crossed that was like a couple incidental things. But my doctor was concerned with the diabetes and weight and all of that I was maybe had clots or like something else was up. So she did send me for tests, and we did a stress test and everything like that. And that would have just been right around Christmas and then into the new year last year. So yeah, I was just back to running this time last year. Barely, Ooh, bobbin thread ran out on the other pocket. So I was like still kind of in recovery from that and postpartum recovery. Like, I think I've talked about this before on the stream, but I really wish in some ways that I'd waited to train for Dopey until this year. I am extremely glad I did it because I think if I hadn't signed up for it, I wouldn't, at the same time, it's like I wouldn't have trained for it. So, like it's a balance, right? Sometimes you got to just do it and sign yourself up for things and get it done. And that's, I think, probably been one of the best things I did for myself. And that's why I've got this goal of like, okay, well, we're going to sign up for Kyoto. What's the worst that's going to happen? I don't finish it. Really. Right? At least, but like, there's still going to be all the benefits of training for it and the mental preparation. And like, I still get to go to Japan, and like, really, there's no loss there besides maybe, I guess you could argue the financial loss of like signing up for the race and not finishing it. But that is an extremely good motivator to go and run it and do the training and like all of that, right? So, anyway, last year, this time I was still recovering, I think, mostly postpartum. I think that was part of the whole whatever this heart rate jump was thing, and like, yeah. Anyway, I got a clean bill of health, started training. I haven't had it since And I am feeling maybe not the best I've felt ever, but I'm getting back there and I'm really excited for that. I was looking at so at this point with the weight loss, I am back to pretty much pre-baby weight, more or less. I'm about 1.5 pounds off of like my peak or my lowest pre-baby weight, which is around 188. So right now I'm surfing around that 190 point, and that was my first goal for weight loss, because that was like the number pre-kids. That's kind of what I kind of like hovered around the whole time before, like prenatal. So I'm back to that. So now the next goal is to get back under 190, and the ultimate goal that my doctor wants me to get to is about 160. I'll be happy if I will be assessing every 10 pounds or so for myself. But I think looking at everything, I probably do have about that left. So that alone is going to make my running so much better. So here's the thing is, like, running at Fernie, I was hauling around an extra like 10 to 15 pounds. So now this is going to be exciting to see where I'm at. Now, it's going to fluctuate. Training for the marathon and like halves and distance running is not necessarily like a thin sport. You want that little bit of weight to back you up, because like you are burning through a lot of calories. And obviously, like I said, the glycogen storage is going to affect your weight and like water retention, all of that. So I'm not necessarily going to stay at these weights consistently, and that's fine too. Everything fluctuates. The goal is on average. Again, if any of this talk bothers you, I am happy to not talk about it. It's just that it is taking up a lot of my brain space right now. And since I don't want to talk about my kids on YouTube, this is the other thing that I'm kind of on the journey of right now. You may be asking, Katie, how do you do all of this? And it's like, I don't even know right now. My children have extremely good childcare. This is the big one. And we are lucky enough that the childcare is now grant applicable. And actually the grants just went up for Alberta this year, which is amazing. And I've got Dallas really supports the effort as well. He is a runner too, so he gets it. So I'm going to chalk it up to those two things mostly. My youngest, so they started the preschool my eldest is at right now, but they'd been previously at a day home for like longer than my eldest has actually been in care. And this morning I was talking about how they were going to go to the youngest was going to go to school and blah blah blah, and they're like, I want the old day home care provider, and I just about cried, because it's just like, oh, it's bittersweet. It's always, I think that's the hardest thing to explain about parenting, is it's like you're all like, yes, do the things, get the achievements, all of that, and then it's also like, oh, so bittersweet. You miss it, even though you know in some ways you won't either. Okay, we're not going to get melancholic today. At least that's not the intent. We are going to start clipping the webbing into the exteriors. All the pockets have been sewn. What are we on, Wednesday? Wednesday. I've got like one more, like 1.5 full prep days before the pop-up. So it's breathing down our necks, folks, and we'll see how far we get here. But this is the home stretch, which is super exciting. Although I just realized I'm going to need to come down and do the label burning, branding, whatever you want to call it. So maybe that's what we'll do tonight once I have the kids home. Since I've done my weights and my run, all I need to do tonight is yoga. And if you're curious, I do yoga with Adrienne. It's a like yoga teacher on YouTube, and she does challenges in January, 30-day challenges, and obviously we're behind because we were away, and blah blah blah, all the excuses, whatever. We started late, but that's fine. That's the challenge is still a challenge, no matter if you do it in January, if you do it over February too. Oh my goodness, what is with this collab cam some days? Okay, there we go, back. But yeah, I use Yoga with Adriene. It's really nice this year because her practices this year are like 20 minutes and under, which is way more approachable than some years. I love her classes, but like a couple of years ago, it approached 40 minutes, and some, like, that's just so hard to motivate myself to do right now. So I really appreciate the fact that they're like 20-minute under sessions. And honestly, my eldest really likes to do yoga, so I'm going to start making sure that I do it around them more, and yeah, it'll be good. Okay, so we're actually going to go in and typically I would go in and clip everything, but we're not going to do that today because I just want to get sewing. So what we're going to do is we're going to clip it like this. We're going to sew the exterior, then we're going to sew the interior, and then we're going to move on to the next bag. This stuff is extremely easy to like chain piece, so that's an exciting part of it. Basically what I'm trying to do is make sure that this bottom canvas bit is lined up, and so that you've got that nice strong horizontal line, nice and clean. Gonna turn it here. And now the nice thing is that we've kept this package of like interior and exterior together. And now we can basically just, like, these drawstring channels can all be set aside because we know very well what they're connected to. And the interior and exterior will be matched up, basically. Because we'll do the interior and exterior sew as well. Okay, I'm going to move the laptop a little bit. So we're going to change the face cam a little bit here. Okay, because then it's a little bit more out of the way of the actual bag. The other thing we're going to do is we don't want to move the main, good Lord. I'm going to move the face cam up over my vacuum so that you're not having to stare at my vacuum sitting in the middle of the floor. Okay, the only problem being now is that the interiors are underneath all the exteriors here. Whoops. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, so I'll be on until about 2:45 because I do have a blood work appointment at 3:30. Just standard blood work. Make sure that the diabetes is under control, and actually the blood work for my physical that I didn't get done because I misplaced the requisition form. So the pattern does call for you to actually leave an opening in the bottom, but I find that the bags turn out just as well or better through the wedge portion. So we're just, so that I don't have to think as much, we're just going through and we'll take it out or turn it out through the wedge portion. So we're going to sew these together like this, and then we'll go in and we'll do the wedges after. Make sure to back stitch over the pockets so that they're a little bit more reinforced. Don't have as many, like, there's not going to be a lot of strain on the pockets because realistically it's not like it's an exterior pocket, but there's still some, and so it just, personally, I like doing that because I think that it probably does add a little bit of strength to the interior, to add a little bit of like extra zoot over the, that apparently is the sound that my sewing machine makes, even though it's not. Zoot, zoot. All right, that's a new one. Never know what's going to happen. That's why I'm just going to start calling these live streams creative chaos, because who knows what's going to come out of my mouth. Anyway, yeah, it's like just like I stitch over the webbing with some back stitching, because the webbing especially is a point of high stress, because if you put a strap on it, it's going to be a high stress point. I just realized I said I was going to try and find those things, the webbing straps, and I have not done that yet, although realistically I haven't been down here at all since Monday. Okay, I know how I'm supposed to be doing this now. Okay, so we're going to open it up this way, kick that off over there. So I keep hearing really good reports about my youngest with this transition to preschool from the day home, which is really good. What I was most worried about was that they were going to go in and kind of disrupt my eldest and the systems that they have set up and their friend groups and all that. And not that they were going to like take over the friend group or anything, but just like be a disruption, because they are younger and disruptive. But yeah, the teachers have all been saying that no, they've been doing really well and like just integrated really well. They aren't being disruptive to the eldest, so I'm really happy with that, because that was, like I said, my biggest concern. Because obviously they set up their own systems at their old day home and everything. Like the youngest set up the systems that they had at the old day home too, so. But yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. All right. Can see the light at the end of the tunnel with these bags already, which is interesting because there are quite a few here. I wasn't expecting to actually get what I'm going to say is probably the majority, if not all of them, done for the weekend. I think at least if we don't get all of them done, I think we are going to push about 90%. So obviously there's still a lot of steps that need to happen, but you know, optimism that we're totally going to get it done for Saturday. I might be up late Saturday, like I will be up late Saturday putting drawstrings in. The big thing that has to happen is that I have to be able to glue the labels on Friday so that they have enough time to cure. Actually Thursday night technically, so tomorrow night, because they need time to cure so that we can then like I have time to also like re-glue anything down that doesn't actually get captured very well, because that tends to happen too. I also need to figure out a way to clean the like excess glue off of these bags, because that does happen occasionally as well. You could wonder why, Katie, you don't stitch these on, but my machine is actually not set up for leather. I could make it do it, or if I had a thinner leather I could probably do it, but it's not worth wrecking my machine to get pockets into a bag, or to get a label onto the bag. All right. So we're going to go in and trim all the threads off. I did bring my thread catcher. It's right here. This is made by another maker. It's by 2 needles and some thread. It's also like a really good yarn bowl if you just want something hanging on your couch, or like remote bowl thing. But instead of having to pick up threads from my floor, if I throw them in there, I just have to dump out the yarn bag, or the thread bag. So when I think of it, I try and set it up beside me because it's a thread catcher. All right. Since that is ready, we may as well do the lining, and then we can go into the other thing. So I'm looking into, for the book sleeves, I'm thinking that the flexible, like the foam that I was using is just a little bit too much. It would be really, 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 really good for iPad covers and like laptop covers. So that's something I need to keep in mind, because those would be good to bring back as well, now that I have a better system for doing foam. Because when I made them originally, I was just using batting and it was a pain in the butt. Anyway, but for the book sleeves, I'm thinking fusible fleece is probably better, simply because it's like a little bit lighter. It won't be quite as bulky, so it'll leave you a little bit more room for the book, but it's still available to like add cushioning, so it's not like beating up the edges of the book. So as I'm reading reviews of what people are kind of looking for in a book sleeve, I guess one of the main things is that you don't want to like damage the edges of the book, and I get that. So we will add, because the debate was, do I need to put like a little bit of batting or something in these? And I was like, no, it'll be fine. But no, the reviews are coming back. A little bit of like padding is good. And all the patterns I see are written for padding. Could I use batting? Yes and no. Simply because it's like, then you sew it into the seams, and that can add quite a bit of bulk. And so we're trying to avoid bulk in the seams, because it just doesn't look good and it doesn't feel good. Because basically then you have like 2 layers of fabric and 2 layers, or like up to 4 layers of fabric. Because you got the interior and, why did I turn that? The interior and exterior, and then the batting. So if I go with a fusible fleece, it's something that I can actually keep out of the seams. It fuses to the, it fuses to the fabric, and bam, you're good to go. But I was looking at the cost of it at my normal like supplier in Calgary, and it's like, it was ridiculous. And unfortunately, it's far cheaper on Amazon. Like, so my normal supplier would be $20 a yard, which, as I've talked about before, interfacings and stabilizers and batting is really expensive. But I can get like a 20-yard bolt on Amazon for about $170. And like, I much prefer supporting small businesses. I really want to support our suppliers, but I can't afford $20 a yard for fusible batting either. So I'm just like, oh, of course. Now I do have the Pellon like wholesale information too, so I could check with them to find out how much they're charging. But I think when I asked them originally, it's pretty comparable to what Amazon is charging. Less lead time, blah, blah, blah. This is not something I'm doing this week though. It's going to be next week, once we actually are out of pop-up prep. Because I will not have time to do book sleeves before Ancient Arts. Just know they are on the horizon. I am also picking apart a lot of the drawstring bags that I finished previously, because I have figured out how to make reversible drawstring bags, and they are adorable and well worth the time and effort. And something that I've kind of had in the back of my head for a really long time, but I had never found a satisfactory like tutorial or pattern or anything like that. And now I have found it. So they are like some of the easiest bags I'll probably sew. They just require a lot of work at the iron. So that's why we're not doing more before Ancient Arts as well. I basically just did an experimental one. And then it's like, okay, now we got to get back to production sewing. But there's nothing I'll actually change about it. It's going to basically be about like the same. It's going to be from the cuts that I use for small wedge bags that just didn't make it into small wedge bags. I was making unlined drawstring bags, but I didn't really promote them because I wasn't super enthusiastic about them. And I feel like a reversible drawstring bag is cuter and more marketable. So we're taking apart the other ones. I'm not super committed to them, so that's fine. I am at the point where it's like, should I just like cut the seam down, like the seam allowance out? But that would make the bag very skinny. So some of them, if they rip and stuff like that, it's like, okay, just trim it out. No big deal. That's what we'll do. But for the ones that don't, I'll just, yeah. Or even to the point where it's like, I'm going to leave the serging in, because there's no point in picking the serging out, because why? Why would I? That would take more time and labor and effort. And it it's not like it's going to damage the integrity of the bag, so may as well leave it in. I also pulled a bin out of my cutting studio, like calyx that's behind the table, and I looked at it and I went, oh, well, there is a bunch more cuts for those then. Because I think it's mostly small. Well, there's a lot of small box bag cuts in there too, but I can transform those into like small wedge bag cuts very easily. So I was just like, oh, that's where a lot of it is hiding. Damn it. It's like finding just like, I swear, these things just multiply on their own. It's not me putting too much stuff into timeout bins because it didn't get done before a show. Not at all. That's not me at all. Dear viewer, it's totally her. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was chewing gum and it was time to get rid of it. Okay. So we got Alice coming up on the sewing deck here. We've also hit another not super cold period, but hence the toque, because I am working in my basement and it gets cold down here. So I'm in like a sweat. I've got a sweatshirt on, sweatpants on. I am still in my running gear as well because I'm like, well, it's an extra layer. It's actually an extra wool layer. Previously, I was running a lot in like Under Armour, and I really do like Under Armour. I'm using mostly their running bras and stuff like that. But over the summer, I discovered Smart Wool tanks. And I think they have a little bit of nylon in them, but they're not going to have anywhere near as much plastic as Under Armour itself. It is much lighter. So much lighter. Now, will that maybe cause problems in like wear? Potentially, but not likely. And yeah, it's what I ran Dopey in, and I was extremely comfortable. So I'm very pleased. I mentioned this also because a lot of their old, like last season stuff is on sale right now. So if you're looking for workout gear, highly recommend Smart Wool. I am still wearing plastic pants, but that's okay. They are some of the best pants I've had. They don't roll down very easily. They don't roll up very easily. They just kind of chill on my waist, and it's good. I will need to look. So the one problem is I'm going to have to keep, with marathon training, as I mentioned, the weight fluctuation is going to happen. But yeah, I think, I was telling Dallas, I think another like 5 to 10 pounds, and I'm going to need some new workout gear, which is exciting because that means I can look into the Smart Wool running leggings, which I'm like, ooh, okay, that's not going to be the worst thing. And maybe some new running shorts. Although I did find some really good New Balance ones last year. They are only good for up to about a 10K. Otherwise I get thigh chafing, which no, that's not fun. I know there's a bunch of different body glides and all of that, but then you get sticky in other ways. Actually, I keep hearing that silicone lube is like one of the best ways to get around thigh chafing, so I'm really tempted to try some. Because someone pointed out, it's like, it is literally what it's designed for. So, I think I might do that. It's worth a try. I'm not going to use it elsewhere, but if I could stop the thigh chafing and wear shorts, especially in May if it's nice, that would be a game changer. I will not be wearing shorts in Kyoto in February. Well, I guess I'm only doing a 10K yet. Road race, so that's fine. Road race is like our only like real summer run, and it's July, the first weekend of Stampede, July something, like early July, single digit July. Oh, I just realized that this is the blue one for the Alice. That blue one with the dots is for the cats with the cosmetics. Okay, that's easy enough to swap. Anyway, yeah, maybe I will try something like that because I have a feeling that that will make my runs a lot more enjoyable, and especially the summer training runs is the other place I really want the shorts. So, Yeah, okay, so this one here with the blue is intended for the Alice. The one with the dots is intended for black cats with cosmetics. And then the brown with the white here, the beige with the white here, is intended for Royal Cat, which is the next one. Whatever, close enough. We'll know that the dots are for this with the batik because it does not have a drawstring channel. It has the batik as the drawstring. See. I just gotta decide what I'm actually gonna have for lunch. I think I've got like actually I should eat so we got an accidental HelloFresh box last week because I've been just skipping the weeks instead of canceling the service because that's just what was happening. But I forgot. It's like occasionally I forget to cancel it, so we end up with a box. And the portion sizes this week, I don't think it's because we're eating less, but like the portion sizes have been like huge. It does help that the children, well, my eldest doesn't like it, but I was just thinking about like, I have lunch for the next few days, but I think I want a sandwich, and then I will keep the HelloFresh for dinner tonight, and then we'll make the other I got one more HelloFresh, so we'll make the second one tomorrow. Second out of 3 tomorrow. And kiddos can have pizza tonight or something like that, or pizza pops, because right now we're at the stage where it's like, I don't care in some ways what you eat, you just need to eat. And we tried this last night and the eldest didn't like it, so that's fine. So I'll just make something easy tonight for them, and then I can reheat leftovers for me. And because after school we just need fast, easy food in bellies. And then tomorrow can be, we've got some bananas that are just on the edge of turning, so we'll turn them into muffins. And hopefully make some like blueberry muffins as well. Actually, that's one of the things I could go out and do today is I need to get some mini muffin tins, stuff like that. Great, leaving this on the sewing desk because of things. And then we got to figure out, no, they're supposed to take Valentine's, or they can take Valentine's next week for their classmates. And so I'm debating if we're going to do them like handcraft style, or if we should just go buy a pack of like, well, 2 packs of Valentine's cards. I'm really leaning towards the handcrafted one at the same time that I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. So I also don't want to be the mom who is like, makes other moms feel inferior, if that makes sense, unintentionally or like, especially intentionally, but even unintentionally. So I'm like, that's part of it. But I do think that the kids would have more fun handcrafting Valentine's as well. I don't think I would necessarily, but the kids would. What I was thinking of doing is getting them to like, I was going to take some maybe cardstock and get them to almost paint on it, and then we could cut it out on the Cricut. And then I could get the Cricut to maybe write their names, which would also save me a lot of work. We could get some like heart decorations or something like that and decorate it, but I haven't. I should decide. I need to decide today if that's what we're going to do or not. I'm leaning towards yes in some ways because it'd be a good activity tomorrow and over the weekend, because it doesn't have to all happen in one day. At the same time where it's like, no, we're going to do packaged Valentine's. I just realized why, and that's because I've got a pop-up on Saturday, so that already limits our time this weekend to do that sort of thing. Okay, there's the decision made. Packaged Valentine's, which will be cute anyway, and then they can come help me decide on what Valentine's they want to give out. Although our eldest did actually ask if one of her friends from school could come over at some point. And I'm like, oh, it's adorable. Costco had taiyaki. Someone was walking around with taiyaki, and I got so excited. So taiyaki is, in Japan, it's like a pancake. And one of the traditional fillings for it is red bean paste, or azuki. And it's like, it's a fish pancake. And they cook them in molds like they do with takoyaki. And it's taiyaki, so it's like fish and then fry or bake would be the yaki part. Anyway, they're delicious. I do not like the red bean paste ones because I find that they get really dry really fast, but I do love the custard ones. And the ones at Costco yesterday were the custard ones. They're itty bitty. They're like maybe a quarter the size of a traditional one you would get at, like, it's street food, so a temple market or something like that. But their suggested like preparation is in the air fryer, and it was so good. Anyway, so my eldest is like super excited. She's like, I want my friend to come over, and I want to feed them fish. Which, honest to goodness, is so cute. So I need to find out if, like, basically when you sign kids up for this preschool, you go, yes, of course, parents can, like, contact me. You can give out my contact information, or no, you can't give out my contact information. So I gotta talk to, or maybe I should just email them. Be like, hey, can I get the contact information for this friend? Because my eldest has been talking about them consistently for the past little bit, so it's not just some random kid that's just suddenly popped out of like nowhere. There we go. Would of course help if it was nicer outside and you could just do a playground play date, but it would still be better than not doing anything over the weekends. And it's not necessarily going to happen right away anyway. All right, there's one, and there's two. They keep asking what Dallas is though, and it's like, Daddy's at work. Which is a concept that they've really only come into like understanding that that's even something that we do very recently. So my youngest keeps going, we'll drop Daddy off. I'm paraphrasing here to make it smoother, but we'll drop Daddy off and then go to the castle. So I want to go back to Disney, and I'm like, no, not yet. Soon though. Hopefully soon. There's no way we'll go to Tokyo without going to Disneyland with them the first trip that they go. Probably also the second and third and fourth trip. Awesome thing with Tokyo Disneyland is that they're opening up a new section in their Disney Sea park. And then in Tokyo Disneyland, they've also opened up a Beauty and the Beast ride, which if you have seen any of the videos for the animatronics, or you haven't seen any of the videos, go watch them. They're spectacular. It looks extremely smooth. And as much as like this is kind of a misnomer, but like true to life. So very much like the characters, I guess, the animations and everything like that. And that opened in like, it was supposed to open in the summer of 2020. And so for obvious reasons, we haven't been back to see it yet. So that'll be a new experience for Dallas and I. And like something that is unique to Tokyo Disneyland. And then Disney Sea is opening a whole section for like Peter Pan. It's called Fantasy Springs, I think. And it's like Peter Pan and Tangled and something else, I can't remember. And I think that's supposed to be opening this like spring. So the nice thing is that going next year, there shouldn't be any big shifts, so that like a lot of the excitement about the newness in some ways should have calmed down a bit, maybe, hopefully, we'll see, I guess. But we are looking at it of like, Tokyo is expensive anyway, and if you stay down like or you stay in like basically downtown Tokyo, you're going to be paying pretty expensive, more than I wish to pay. But I think we're going to splurge and maybe stay down around the actual park, because it turns out it's a little bit more expensive or comparable price, and you don't have like a 45-minute to hour transit to the parks. And with toddlers, I think paying a little bit for that convenience is going to be really nice. It's also like, it's a Hilton and a Sheraton or something like that, so you know you're going to pay a bit more anyway. But they look worth it. So, and it's like, basically, if you've ever been to Disneyland in California, it'd be what they would classify as their like good neighbor hotels. So they're walking distance or transitable distance. And these hotels are right on the monorail line for Tokyo Disneyland and Disney Sea. So we'll just get on the monorail to go there. Be pretty epic. All right. Get out of there. Clunk. Also, gas prices went up ridiculous here. I don't know if they're going up in all the other provinces either. I don't know what happened. I'm like, but our gas prices jumped by 13 cents. 10 to 13 cents yesterday, between like Monday and yesterday. Like, what is going on? So we do typically purchase our fuel at Costco now, because I think it's something like 10 cents cheaper to fill the truck there, and I think the Jeep at that point was, well, at least compared to the Shell in town, was like 18 cents cheaper. But the fast gas here is with Journey Rewards, and Journey Rewards now has Aeroplan, and it was still at 123. So I was like, okay, well, it's a no-brainer. We're going to go fill the Jeep. Even it's about a half tank. It's fine. It needed a fill. And I had like 1 points through More Rewards, who's Save On, like a year and a half ago or something like that, when I was still buying groceries from Save On, when it was like not ridiculous. But the fuel up yesterday and a survey fill out actually got me 300 Aeroplan. I'm like, yes, perfect. Because like when you go to look at, like, I know most people look at it in the fact of like when you go to exchange the points, it's worth X amount. But if you go to look at them when you're going to purchase them, I think they purchase at a rate not on sale of like 3.5 cents per point. So I was like, okay, if you balance out the fact even against Costco, so fast gas was 123.9, so 124, and Costco was 119. But I'd have to have driven the Jeep into the city, which alone adds, I think, like something like $6 typically, because of course you average out your liters and all that, and then you add in the like added value basically of the Aeroplan points, and it works out to the same or a little bit cheaper even. Now, obviously, and Journey Rewards does still allow you to do like 7 cents off or something like that. But I'm like, no, we're working towards paying for flights. And so I afterwards I looked at a bunch of different like comparisons, and they're like, no, if you're going to be flying, it's a better deal to do the Aeroplan. So I'm like, perfect, I will take it. This down. My goal for that would be to eventually be able to do like a business class flight on points. I really want to try business class. This will not be the trip because there'll be all 4 of us, but you know, maybe one of the solo trips. I'm trying to figure out though, because like obviously one of the easiest way to do is like Aeroplan or credit cards and stuff like that. And looking at the points, that in some ways they're more valuable for us now. They're definitely better than Air Miles points for us now. I was such an Air Miles girl for so long. But now that BMO's taken them over, I'm like, no. They've lost a significant amount of their value. And the other thing about it is that Aeroplan, if you have enough points, and this is the big key to this, is that you can pay for the full flight, including your fees and taxes. Whereas Aeroplan, you're always paying for your fees and taxes, and sometimes, like, it's not saving you a lot of money, typically. Like actual cash dollars out. So that's actually the big impetus to go like jump ship from Air Miles to Aeroplan. We had jump ship from Air Miles anyway, because I was like, okay, WestJet's doing the direct flights now. You can get, if you get a credit card through them, you can get a companion voucher, all of this. But the companion voucher is so much money now that, like, if you, excuse me, if you're going in some of the value seasons, you can't even use the companion voucher because the companion voucher is more expensive than the actual base fare. Now, I appreciate the fact that they're not going to allow you to use the companion voucher if the base fare is cheaper. But then, like, what is the actual point of the companion voucher? So we're in limbo. We're thinking that it's probably still, like, it's still better value for continental North America. In most cases, I think. I don't know. But it's annoying. It's like, really? And these are like, okay, yes, we do have like Lynx and Flare and all of them out of Calgary. But if you're checking baggage and stuff like that, like someone did a comparison and it was like the same price or more expensive. Sorry. And again, it's I either talk about marathon training or complain about flight prices. Sorry. Don't have much else going on in my life right now, apparently. Besides kids, like I said, and I don't want to talk about the kids on YouTube. Outside of the vague, they want to have friends over, and that is adorable because they're still pretty young. And I'm glad they're making friends. Anyway. See, this is why I need another trip back to Japan, so I have, like, Japan stuff to talk about on the stream, right? Yeah, right. That's exactly what I need to be doing. Plus, I want to get Dallas back there. Oh, so I did go look into alcohol laws or rules for YouTube and everything like that. You can drink alcohol on YouTube with some common sense stuff. You cannot promote it to children under 18 or legal drinking age in the country that it's being broadcast, whatever that is. Do not promote to minors. And then you also can't say that it's going to give you better social status to drink. Pretty common sense stuff. We would not be doing that. We would just be giving basically reaction videos to different alcohol, like beers and alcohols. So I think we'll be safe. But it was good to look it up and like kind of figure that out. That, okay, so this is what you got to do, or you can't do. I have stitched over one of these pieces in the chain piecing. I'm surprised we haven't run into one before. But that does mean we're going to have to fix this. I also did not have a very conclusive answer from Dallas if he was going to be good with coming on YouTube for reaction videos. I think he will be, though. So, and if he's not, then I'll do it. I don't care. There we go. Okay. I do know he was like, why do you want another camera? And I'm like, well, I've been talking about getting another camera for like the past like year and a half, especially with the live streaming, because then I would be able to actually film some vertical video as well while I'm live streaming. And honestly, having a gimbal camera will be really good as the kids grow up too, because like for the skiing and things like that, you can actually focus in on just them. So yes, it's mostly for the business, but it would be a little bit personal use as well. I think he's mostly worried that I want to get it right away. And I'm like, no. This is like a post-Knit City purchase at the earliest right now. So not yet. Don't worry. Okay, there's that pocket installed without stitching over anything. We'll just make sure that nothing's damaged on the other one. I think we're good though. Pop, pop, pop. Also, I figured out what I'm going to do with those. So I tried to cut those interfaced cats out of the patchwork stuff the other day, and it failed. Just failed. Not miserably, just failed. Pretty hard though. Failed pretty hard. There we go. But I figured what I'll do is I'll still take advantage of the Cricut and basically put it through with the interfacing paper side up, fabric down. And I could do this actually before I start patchworking it, which would not be bad, and I'll do this in future. Actually, I don't know if I could, but we'll try it and see. I just don't want the interfacing to be pulled off onto the mat. So we'll do it once fabric's on it. Anyway, besides the point. We'll flip the ones that are already done, and I'll take one of my air erasing markers or a pen or something like that, and I'll actually draw the cats on the back of the paper, and then we can trim them out by hand. Not having to trace them by hand will make them more precise, even if I'm still cutting them out by hand. I think it will make that part of it easier for me, at least. So that's what we'll be doing with them later on. Obviously, we're head down trying to get this done first, and then actually next week will be, I keep saying it, but it'll be taxes and it'll be pick your own orders are the first things that need to happen, and that will have a cascade of like, those will probably be some of the first bags that we also sew then for the shop too. And once all these Kato and like this pop-up sale is done, I will be doing a shop update. It makes sense to do it before the pop-up, because obviously that may cause stock issues. So there's that too. All right. I know this is like not the most tedious part of this process, but it is not a very fun part of this process. So thank you for sticking with me through it. I'm like, I am starting to get peckish. What time is it? And that would be wise, because it is actually lunchtime. So I think we'll finish up kind of this pile, this section of the pile of bags, and I'll go up and grab lunch. And maybe another coffee. That's what I need to start doing actually before I put the kids down. Or with dinner. I need my over the next couple weeks, because I am tired after I put the kids down, but I have stuff to do. Again, that transition is really hard from like momming to like work. So I procrastinate. Last night was bad because I did actually have to get Tuesdays are technically the rest day in the training cycle. But I still really want to hit all my rings on my watch. And so it's like I had to do still like a 45-minute walk last night, and yoga, which was 20 minutes. So I was like, well, that kind of ate my night away. And then also packing lunches for today. So Tuesdays are also just notoriously rough, because that's the day Dallas is either coming or going, and so it's a write-off day mostly. Because when he's coming home, it's tidy up day, and when he's leaving, it's just like we're all in transition to like just me. The kids did really good yesterday though. They basically just played all afternoon, which I was quite pleased with. We went and did groceries at Costco, which they actually really like doing, which is awesome. And then we came back and we did the fuel up of the Jeep and the other thing. What else did we do? Nothing, actually. They just played and I cooked dinner, and it was just a chill day. So tonight maybe I'll try and do the yoga with them, because that'll, once we eat dinner, we do yoga. Maybe they'll have a bath and then get them to bed, and then they'll be in bed a little bit earlier because they will be exhausted after school. I really, really like this print. It's super cute. It is very purple, but it's a very pink purple. Some of those colors are very reminiscent of the actual color of my hair when I was dyeing it pink, which I am going to go back to eventually. I think I'm going to take one more summer off of it, mostly because it's expensive. And in part because I need if I'm training for a marathon, I need to be able to just wash my hair whenever. But I am thinking that I might go get it done again before Kyoto Marathon, because I think that would be really fun to run the marathon with pink hair. Now, the thing I could figure out is how to do it myself, but I am terrified of over-processing my hair because my hair is quite dark. So like the color and the amount of color that you have to lift with the bleach is a significant amount. So I'm putting my hat back on. It's not warm enough to like not have it on right now. And I am actually comfortable down here, and it's only -5 out. That's not bad. It's definitely better than even like -20, and it starts getting really uncomfortable down here. Could I get a space heater? Yes, but I am avoiding buying a space heater for 1 more year. Unless it gets down to -40 again, in which case you may be able to convince me. But I've got layers on, so, and I can layer up more. The only thing I can't really do is I cannot put gloves on, and that is sometimes where it gets really tough when it's really cold down here, even if I am layered up. But I've definitely been working down here with like a hat and a shawl, and like I've got woolly socks on, and I've got woolly slippers, and as many layers as I can feasibly get on and still be like functional as a sewist. So, ooh, that was a little bit deeper than it needed to be, but that's okay. All right, we'll fix it on this side a bit. So a lot of these fabrics are fabrics that I also picked up in May with Caroline of Ancient Arts Yarns. But quite a few of them are actually throwback fabrics to my previous trips to Japan, pre-2020 and pre-2022, actually. That was my return trip, the triumphant return to Japan. The November 22 trip was actually a really interesting thing for me, because I had not traveled internationally by myself since my exchange to Japan originally. So that was both nerve-wracking and very freeing, to be honest. It's also, I think, a little bit of a wake-up call for Dallas with the kiddos, which, you know, needs to happen once in a while. It's also a good practice run, because we already knew that I was going to be going back at some point last year with Caroline as well. So I was able to have a little bit of practice before I left for like 2 weeks. So, all right. But yeah, I think we're heavily leaning towards trying to get everyone over there next year. Although it's also a case of just like, if it's just me, I'm not going to be super upset about that in some ways, because going solo would be nice. Friend was asking if they were too young to go the other day, and I was like, no, they're ready. I think they're at the point where they're forming like the core memories, and I think that being able to offer them the opportunity to travel that young, even as a tourist, is going to be super beneficial. At least I hope so. I don't think it's going to be a bad experience. In the grand scheme of things, so, you know, maybe a bad experience for me in Dallas. I don't know. Okay, I'm just double checking, because I just realized I don't know if I've. Okay, I think I've sewn the pockets for these guys. It's just the exteriors that need to be done right now. And I know I did a count the other day, but I have no clue how many bags we're actually finishing right now. I just know that we're going, and we're going to get as much done as we can. Today, hopefully, we can get the exteriors and interiors sewn like this, and the wedges done. And then tonight, I will brand all of the leather for the tags, so that we can get the drawstrings installed tomorrow, which means that they'll basically, like, we'll put the interior exterior together, get the drawstrings channels in, all that, and then I can glue the tags on tomorrow night. That is the deadline. I have to be able to glue tags on tomorrow night. Yes, that is early for Saturday, but the glue needs some time to cure. And I like having that little bit of extra time, so that, oh yeah, there's their interiors. I like the extra time so that I can do the things, like if the glue doesn't adhere to the canvas right away, we can do any like repair work on Friday, and then it'll have another 24 hours to cure, so that if it's not adhered at that point, well, it gets to sit it out. And if you are like, Katie, that's how your timeout pile gets so big. It's like, yes, I know. Okay, so this should have batik. What's going on here? So this one is batik because it's got the heart batik, but I don't see it down here. Oh, lovely. Bah. Okay, there it is. There's one of them at least. So where's the other one of them? Because that should be for the polar bears. Okay. Well, maybe we are ignoring more cats for a little bit. And just doing the other bags here. Yeah, because that should be, I wonder if I think I might have actually done a sequence, because I was like, well, we're going to know what that's going to go with. That's probably what happened. But I don't, oh, there's 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2. Where did it go? How'd that one disappear? Because it's not in this pile, which is where this bag is. What is going on? Whatever. Okay, so that one for now is going to get set aside in the back here. And now my box is all topsy-turvy. Bah. Bah, I say. Oh, there. Is that? No, those are drawstrings. Okay. Whatever. All right. Actually, yeah, before I start this next pile, we're going to go get some lunch. Stuff it in my face. Get a coffee. And then we'll come back to this. So I will be back in, like, let's say 15 to 20 minutes. It's 11:57 for me, so just before 12:30. So be right back. right, I was able to have a very speedy lunch, and now we are back. Hello. I did also, because I keep talking about it and then I keep forgetting to bring it down, did bring the reversible drawstring bag down. It's super cute. So it's got a little bit of a wedge down here, and then we've got the drawstring channel up here, and then you can flip the whole thing out and it's still wedged, and it is still just as adorable on the other side. One of the easiest projects I've done in a very long time. Like I said, the big thing I think for this one is going to be that I'll have analysis paralysis, because it's like, okay, so what fabrics are going to go together? But what we're doing for these guys is I'm taking a bunch of the older, small wedge bag cuts that I had done and used. And I had done a bunch of drawstring bags, but like I said, I'm not super invested in them. They're just serged on the inside, so I think actually doing a lined drawstring bag is going to be a lot better. So I'm just picking out the side seams and the actual drawstring seam, out of the top here, and then we'll go through and repurpose them into these like reversible drawstring bags. Because honestly, I am much more attracted to those than I am to the just serged and finished, because I feel like having it completely lined on the interior makes the bag way more finished. It does make it more finished than just serging and throwing the seams together. Nothing wrong with either. Obviously the serged and seamed is significantly faster. Well, actually it's not really, because I think probably the amount of time that I spend at the iron is probably about the same as I would have spent actually serging those edges. So probably work out to about the same. There's a little bit more of a fabric cost involved, obviously because of the 2 pieces of Japanese fabric instead of 1. I think that's going to be the biggest difference. So, alrighty. They're also going to be something that's easily like put into production and at like production line numbers as well. So that's nice. Dahlia is here giving some love. Hi, sweet pea. I gotta sew. I'm sorry. You should go sit on your nice warm blanket again. Hi, what's up, sweet pea? Anyway, I do need to pick out the seams on those over the next like week or so, and being able to use up those small wedge bag cuts without making a bunch of small wedge bags is going to be super useful. Now, I have been kind of hinting or wondering if I should be doing more small wedge bags again, so we might keep a few of those cuts back just to kind of experiment with and see what we can do with them. I still haven't decided yet. Yeah, I just haven't decided yet. There's a few things I know for sure I want to add to the business, and it's kind of like, at the same time, it's like, do I need to add the wedge bag back? I know, Kat. I love you too. You are being a love bug, huh? She's very happy, but I also need to work on. I'm sorry. She's like, the kids aren't here. I can love on you. Neither of them are big, super into the toddlers, especially her. She's such a, like, the definition of scaredy cat. It's taken her 7 years to warm up to Dallas. So when she does, and like very dramatically, but it takes a really long time. And so I don't know. About to say, I don't know if she has enough time to warm up to the kids in that length of time right now, because she's not a young girl. And then I made myself sad. I don't know if you can hear her purring though. Well, we'll try and get over that melancholy. There was, speaking of melancholy, I made myself melancholic yesterday. It must just be a mood right now because it's kind of gloomy. It's February. It's the doldrums. But my Apple Photos basically was like put together this montage of my youngest like play together throughout the years. And it's like, oh. Way to pluck the heartstrings. Alright, as long as you let me get the pockets out from under you, you get to stay. You do not get to be a pest with everything else. Okay? That's the deal. Oh, we ran out of bobbin thread back there. All right. I need to double check to make sure that this side has actually got the pockets completely stitched anyway, so this is a good opportunity. It does not. I'm like, I don't think I caught all the layers there. We did not. So we're gonna go back in and have to redo it anyway. Swap the bobbin. And then go. Pop. Get the bobbin wound again. Through. Come on, thread. Sweet. Good job. Pull the bobbin thread up from the bottom here. Nope, that's not gonna work. It's like tight. What the heck? Okay, weird. There we go. That should work, hopefully. Guess we'll find out in a minute. There we go. Yes, we're good. Bobbin's pulling out. Okay, so the other side needed to have extra stitching done anyway. So we'll go back in and we'll just do that. We'll just start right from the beginning. Probably need to go in about 1/4 of an inch. There we go. That's better. Okay, I'll turn the corner. Now we'll still double check that pocket and make sure that I did actually catch it, given that there was quite a bit of like, well, it wasn't caught along the whole thing, so. And that's something that we'll double check on all of them as we're kind of doing that last like turning and all of that. Definitely prefer to do it before, but I know that this side is also, this was one of the ones that we didn't trim the seam allowances down on, or like the sides down on before we put the pockets in, and this is why we want to trim down to make sure it's not too wide beforehand. Okay, so the one side's good, the second side is not. It needs the same treatment, about 1/4 inch in, and then we should be good. Okay, cut that chain piece, and then we'll go back in. There we go. That sounds right as well, hopefully. Then I'm going to pull it back out to about the same like width at the top. And now we should be good. Again, 2 seams are better than 1, and we are good. So that pockets are sewn in. You done? Actually, I shouldn't have called your attention back to me. Damn it. Katie, no. All right, I don't remember what this one was. Why is this a giant circle? No. Okay, there we go. I'm pretty sure that the Shiba Inu were the confetti. Because I think there's more blue in here than there was anything else. Hi, Dahlia. How are you? Okay. Are you realizing you're a pretty girl? Hi, pretty girl. Yeah, I love you too. Whew, should have given myself a longer lunch break and had a nap. I think that's a recurring theme. Probably also because of the calorie cut, because it's like if you're cutting calories, you're not going to have the same energy because you're just not consuming the same energy. Whew. Could also be a little bit of like my sleep schedule goes to absolute crap when Dallas isn't home, so I find it really hard to keep myself on a good sleep schedule when he's not here. Alrighty. Snip, snip, and snip. Okay, so this blue is definitely going to go with Sneaky Cats in the floral. Yep. Okay, so we're going to do the Sneaky Cats first, because the white with the blue is definitely Sneaky Cats. I think Shibas are white with brown, but I don't remember. I thought I did really well keeping these like together, but apparently there are still questions. There's always questions. I sound so fed up with myself. Some days I am. That's the boss side of me. It's like, excuse me. Oh, I did start a new book. I don't know if it's like, it's romance. I don't know if it's smutty yet. I can't tell. And I can't tell if it's going to be or not. But I'm enjoying the book anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the Widow of Rose Hill. I don't even remember the author. I just found it on what used to be Scribd. It's now Everand. Same like subscription service, all of that, same price. They just changed their name for some reason. I don't know. I can't remember why. But yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't change my experience of it, just the name of it. Anyway, Widow of Rose Hill is one of the ones that was like in my suggesteds. For like, you've read this, you might enjoy this sort of thing. And yeah, I am enjoying it so far. Could I describe it to you right now? Not really, but I guess kind of. It's like upstate New York with a notorious woman trying to like refurbish an old mansion in upstate New York at like the turn of the century or just before the turn of the century. I know it said it at the beginning, but I didn't clue into what the time period was. But I think it's like late 1800s. No, you don't get to chew clips. Chew clips again, you're out of here. Dahlia, you're the one who put all that energy into yourself. I did not even like. So this is like putting energy into her, but she was the one who was like, ah. Does that feel good? Oh yeah, there we go, sweet pea. And that's the signal to be done. All right, get out of here. I love you, but go on. We've been talking about wanting to like reclaim our bathroom down here because realistically when we moved in, we set the basement up very differently from how it's turning out right now. Like Dallas's office was down here, now he's upstairs, all of that. One of the big things is that because the basement's been developed, we have a bathroom down here, and I would really like our bathroom. Instead of having to like run upstairs all the time, which really is better for me anyway, but you know, whatever. It'd be good for the kids to have a washroom down here, actually, is the big one. Then I don't have to take them up as soon as I'm back from the washroom. And just less disruptive to workflow while they're still this young and stuff like that. So, anyway, but we came up with a plan because we've got a mudroom coming off the garage upstairs. So Dallas says he's going to build like a litter box containment unit up there, which I think is going to be good. And then we're going to put the door back on the basement. Right now it's off. But we'll put the door back on, and that's going to help, I think, with like if she gets too feisty and I'm like, I need you out of here, then I can close the door upstairs instead of like trying to figure out where to close her in upstairs, away from her litter box as well. So also be better sound barrier for when Dallas and the kids are downstairs and I'm down here live streaming or recording or doing whatever I need to do on video, basically. Trim. That sort of stuff. Okay, so I'm going to say that this spray blue goes with Alice, because Alice has a really dark background and then has the blue, teal blue dress. So this color way makes sense for her. Again, the pattern does call for like an opening at the bottom, but I have tried it and it turns just as well or even better through the wedges that that can be sewn up afterwards, just like the rest of my bags. So that's what we do now instead. I find it gives it a smoother finish than having like a seam in the middle of the bag anyway. At least that's my opinion. And I'm going to stick to it because, hi, I'm making the bags. Everything evened up here. Make sure that that's unfolded. That would be helpful and useful when sewing in a pocket, is to have it unfolded. Okay. And then we'll clip in the D-rings here. So yes, if you've done a pick your own order and you're still waiting on the pick your own orders from the Boxing Week sale, the turnaround time, I set that to 8 to 10 weeks, and I will start processing them next week. I set it out that far. Hopefully I'll be done earlier than that, but I set it out that far because I already knew we were going to be gone for that couple weeks at the beginning of January, and I would have Airdrie, and I know we're getting to the lower end of that time period, but yeah, I'm hoping to get them done in the next couple weeks here. And like I said, that'll create a nice cascade for cutting. Sometimes just cutting into the fabrics is what helps with the analysis paralysis of like, what should I make with this? So be prepared that we're just going to end up with like a lot of duplicates, and we'll get to have those fabrics in the shop sooner. And then we'll go through the bins under the table, which have become a source of, well, we'll just need all their other stuff to make them. So I think we're getting to the point where I need to make a lining order again. As I've said for the Kato, I need to get more leather, like lace, or cording, whatever you want to call it. So this white with confetti, we're going to say, is for the, these guys, the pom-poms. And then I think for all the cats, it was white with beige. And Shiba Inus, this is still the one that's the debate. But I think we're down into like the next pile. Okay, so there's like, okay, well, let's just keep going. I know that I don't know. Let's trim these up and we'll match them up with the bags that they're supposed to go with, and then hopefully, and then we can continue from there. We still need to find the pink batik for the more cats anyway, so this will hopefully get them there, and we still need to trim them down, so who cares? Still all work that needs to be done. I'm pretty sure the Shiba Inus were either confetti or like this white with beige. Again, I could just watch my own videos back, but am I going to? No. Because it will be faster just to trim it down and match it up. We're going to say that the Shiba was white with beige for now. I do know that the pink here with the batik is more cats, and it's the rainbow polar bears. And since the more cats is like right here, we're gonna pull it out. Not the more cats, the rainbow polar bears right here. What I mean by raindrop polar bears. So the little polar bears holding umbrellas in the rain. It's ridiculously adorable. Okay. And then there's more confetti. And then the one that I'm trying to figure out is if this blue is supposed to go with the Sakura or if it's supposed to go with the capybara. I think it's supposed to go with the capybara, but I don't know why it's not on a white background then. So I've got a beige confetti, a beige blue, a white confetti, And then I've got a beige white. And then we've got the rest of them here. Okay, so there's lots of blue here and a few more beige white ones. Okay. We still gotta fully trim down the ends, but we'll just do a quick cut right now, try to get everything matched up. And now, like, as we're sewing these interiors and exteriors together, obviously they're able to be matched a lot more efficiently. Then, I don't know. This is capybara. Okay. We're gonna say that this blue with the white is capybara. I feel like what ended up happening is that a couple stacks basically got flipped is what it feels like right now. So there's the capybara with the blue. So that makes sense to me with the white. So I think the beige with the blue might be something else darker. The beige with, oh right, there's beige with confetti for that dog fabric that's blue. Because I didn't want like bright white fabric against the beige or the darker blue background. Okay, white with beige, white with beige, wee! Beige with white. Okay. So let's start there because we know for sure that that's that one. So this is the dogs, and they had a beige with confetti. This one. Because the confetti print was super cute and will like kind of match the dogs, or like it'll just look cute. But the beige will help because it's not like going to be like poof white in your face with a dark background like that. I'm pretty sure that these guys, so this is the floral cat wreaths on Dusty Aqua. I think that was beige with white. I'm gonna say it was beige with white. Let's just go with that because that seems like it would match. The Sakura on blue is gonna be this white with blue lining, like that. There we go. The Shiba Inu is white with confetti. So where the heck did the other batik pocket go? We 100% sewed it. Oh my goodness. Where did it disappear to then? The cats must have stolen it, I swear. That's totally what happened, right? The cat stole it? Okay, I might have messed this up a little bit, but that's okay. It'll still work. So these butterflies are going to get beige with white pockets. I think these did originally have a confetti pocket, but that's fine. Actually, what did we put with the Shiba Inu? Shiba Inu got something different, and I don't remember what. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Okay, whatever. Beige with white pockets. And then these guys are definitely white with beige pockets. Cool. And then the trains are going to be beige with a blue pocket. Yeah, good enough. And then we just have to find those batik pockets wherever the hell they went. Okay. White with beige. Beige with white. And then the rest of it's stuff that, yeah, hasn't been sewn yet. Or is officially in timeout for till after this show. So where did the pockets for the frickin' more cats go? That's stuff to be stitched with black. That's confetti. What the heck? See, because we definitely stitched the pockets for this. I remember that specifically with the batik, because there was 2 sets of batik pockets. Did they like get sucked into the vortex somewhere down here? Maybe. I don't see anything down there either. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that's how they end up in timeout a lot. And there's only there's very few places that they can go. Okay, so I guess the question then becomes, yeah, we want to do raindrop polar bears. Because the question then becomes, it's like, well, which one do I want to finish? There should be 2 sets of pockets, but obviously we've misplaced one for now. wonder if they ended up in here. No. No, that doesn't make sense because that was webbing, and we definitely just kind of processed the webbing through, and then we were done. And pockets should have ended up back here. What the hell? Where did they go? Because we definitely didn't process any batik pockets before this, because it would have been like, oh yeah, that's for the more cats. What the F? Okay, I'm gonna probably have to go back and watch my video, and I'll see myself set them somewhere, hopefully, and be like, oh, okay. I wonder if I took them in the like cutting studio and have forgotten or something stupid. But like, yeah, where would they have gone? We for sure processed those. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. It's like they're definitely not on the floor, and they haven't fallen into something or like a garbage bin or anything like that. This is just a drawstring of batik. It's not even the pockets. Oh well. If it turns out, actually, we should do the... No, never mind. If it turns out that it's like I've lost that set completely, then we'll just do confetti pockets. That's fine, but it is just really annoying because that means I lost that work for now. I'll find it later, I'm sure. Like, 100% sure. But it's like, where did it go? Because it's not like I've been down here to move stuff around either. I don't get it. I don't get it. And this is why I drink coffee before coming downstairs. And why I probably should have grabbed an actual coffee when I was upstairs. I just grabbed like a Coke Zero, which I haven't even finished yet. So maybe I'll finish that and then I'll go upstairs and I will make another coffee. Go. 1 and 2. And 3 seams here. That sounded horrendous. I hope that this mic isn't picking up the sewing machine that bad. Oh, yeah, okay, I see it's like in the mid-range for sure. I'm going to trim this down mostly because I don't want to deal with the drag that the chain piecing has now. There we go. She also done a count and figured out how many we actually have left. There's not that many. Probably sub 10. I'm going to say under 10. I'm going to mute my mic so I can have a drink. All right. We got 1, 10, 9 or 10. I can't tell. Close enough. Those pockets are really going to bother me until I find them. That's ridiculous. I'll probably find them in like 2 days. Or I'll find them on like Sunday, like the day after the show or something stupid like that. This also does not include the one that's for sure set aside, which is Housekeeping Cat. And the reason it's set aside right now is so that we can stitch the pockets down with black top stitching. So that'll happen, excuse me, when we actually do the exterior black top stitching. So it will not be done for Saturday at this point. Well, it might be. It has a low chance of being done for Saturday this week, but it will be done in like, it'll be done next week at some point for sure if it's not done for Saturday. Still, this will be a good clear out of a lot of stuff that was like the nearly dones, or like, I would put these as partially done for how much work we've had to do. Nearly dones are stuff that are like, it just needs a handle, or like it just needs top stitching, or it just needs its drawstring, which one of them does. But it got pulled from Knit City stock because when I got to Knit City I realized that the top stitching on it had buckled and it just did not look good, so it had to be pulled and fixed when I got home. So I did fix it, and now it just needs drawstrings in it. So that'll at least be an easy add-on to add some stock in for Saturday too. But we'll go through and we'll get as many, as I said, we'll get as many of these as we can done. Today with the focus being that we'll get the exteriors and interiors actually sewn. And then we'll get the, like, to the point of having the wedges done, hopefully. And then we will work on putting them together tonight. I will be drinking a coffee with dinner, so I can have the energy to come downstairs after bedtime. It's nuts because like kids' bedtime's at like 7:30, so I should have like 3 to 4 more hours of like good energy, but I just, nope. Request denied. So, coffee with dinner it will be. Doesn't help that I'm not a morning person, and our normal wake up time right now is between like 6 and 6:30, so, which doesn't sound terrible for most, but like my like peak work hours pre-children was midnight to 9 actually, so I think if I was allowed to be back on my normal schedule, or sorry, that was my peak sleep, was like midnight to 9. But yeah, if I was able to like actually adjust my schedule to peak hours again, it's usually between like noon and 9. Just find mornings rough. But our hours for our childcare do not work that way, so I'm kind of stuck. gotta work in the hours I can. So and if I did that, I would basically never see Dallas because he is such a morning person. So he's up regularly at like 5:30 in the morning to like get his workout and gym in or run or whatever it is. So he goes to bed around like, he's ready for bed with the kids. And realistically, I should be ready for bed with the kids anyway, because that's still 9 hours of sleep. And that is my optimal amount of sleep, is about 8.5 to 9 hours. But if I do that, then I have typically zero, well, on the non-childcare days, I have zero time for myself or anything. So that's why I'm rebelling against that schedule so hard. Even though realistically it is the optimal one currently. It's also a long-winded way to say that I will very likely be on stream tonight and tomorrow night and Friday night in preparation for this pop-up. So, and the pop-up is at Ancient Arts Yarns in Calgary. It's like 607 Manitou Road. They're on the Blackfoot, right across from Shaw GMC, basically. Kitty corner to them, I guess. And it's Saturday from 10 to 4, I think, is the studio hours. And there's going to be like studio tours and door prizes and a bunch of fun stuff because it's their first anniversary. So, all right, there we go. So yes, I've already trimmed these apart, but we're going to trim down all those ends so that we don't have anything like hanging out in the bag that's like, or could potentially snag and pull. Like, even though you've backstitched, there's still a potential for it to snag and actually pull the stitching out, and we don't want that either. Okay, nothing important. My watch was buzzing. I'm like, what is going on? It's like, you should stand. I'll stand when I want to, tiny AI overlord. Okay. Good. So what I'm doing there is I'm trying to align the two canvas edges so that it is a nice straight transition across. There's no like blub blub, as best as I can. Obviously there can be some slippage, all of that. But right now it is aligned. Now we're going to go in and we'll clip in the D-ring tabs. So this is the webbing. If you've been watching for a while, this is the webbing that we cut the other day. And basically I measure down from the top of the fabric and then I clip it in. We're super fancy here. And yes, you could pin this as well if you don't have clips, but I find that I am bleeding significantly less using clips rather than pins for obvious reasons. So I still use pins for a lot of stuff though. I'm finding I'm actually like, it's about 50-50 because there are certain things that you just can't pin or clip into place because it's just not, like, it's got to be pretty much on the edge to use clips. You can't clip something to the middle of a bag without like not being able to sew it, basically. So pins are still very integral to my work for like webbing for big bags and all of that. Stuff that's kind of in the middle of the bag. It's going to be integral for things like putting more card slot pockets and stuff into the luxe totes and things too. All right, there we go. Next, pockets. Oh yes, and there is actually a whole calendar of events up on the website now, ateliernekozuki.com. All my events are in Calgary or Dawson Creek this year. It's not quite the time to be expanding further out than Alberta and like BC right now. That's probably another few years down the road sort of thing. Once the kids are old enough to like stay with people that aren't Dallas and I, basically. But yes, I have the pop-up on Saturday, and then we've got Fiber Shindig on April 6th. That's a new show. I've never done it before. And then I'll be at Peace Fiber Fest on April 28th, which is in Dawson Creek, BC. And that's the first time I'll be doing that show too. So they're fairly new as well. I think this is only the third or fourth year. Fiber Shindig's been going on for a bit longer than that. So I think they have to be approaching a decade here soon. So that'll be fun. And then obviously Knit City. And I am on the wait list for Odafest. So we're hoping I get off the wait list for Odafest. Fingers crossed. I also feel like that's one of those shows that once you're off the wait list, you stick around, sort of thing. So here's hoping. Obviously, I don't want to wish anyone ill or anything like that, but a lot of it's just like people have other commitments come up or they can't meet payment deadlines or whatever. So lots of different factors in wait list availability for sure. And if I don't get in this year, we'll keep applying because there's a show every year. And then I gotta figure out what I'm doing in the fall because I have no clue yet. The big one I want to make sure that I'm available for is the Calgary Japanese Canadian Association. They have like a food and bazaar in November, so I want to make sure that I'm available for that one, but I have no plans outside of that right now. At the same time, it might just end up being that then my prototyping season is at the end of the year instead of the beginning of the year, which it usually is, and that honestly would not be the worst thing. So start the year with like a big, just being able to like just go in and make the stuff that I want to make. And obviously if I'm going to Japan in February, which is the current plan, whether like I will be going to Japan, whether the family comes with me or not, sort of thing. Yeah, February that'll kind of throw a wrench in plans anyway, so. Or at least in production schedule, I guess, is maybe the better description. All right. One side. And two sides. Like this. Not across. Down. Not like you haven't already done this like a dozen times today, Katie. Good. And I do need to check the pockets on this and just make sure that it's actually been stitched in. So we will cut the chain piecing here and do a double check on that. I did finally open up my Vistaprint order. So I have been running into the issue of not having signage for events because I only have a horizontal banner. And my horizontal banner has the issue that the font on it is gorgeous and matches the rest of the aesthetic, but it is terrible to try to read. So I updated the horizontal banner to a darker font so it's easier to read, along with the tagline, so you can kind of just walk by the booth, especially for newer folks that don't know the spiel. You can see right off the bat it's the tagline of like bags and accessories made from hand-selected material, or like hand-selected Japanese fabrics. Because I think that's one of the things that's missing, because it's just like Atelier Nekuzuki tells you nothing, and then you look at the booth and you go, okay, so it's bags. So just having that like 5-second read of bags and accessories, blah blah blah, I think is going to help a lot with just attraction of customers at events. That's my theory. Who knows? I think so. But then I also got a vertical banner, which I haven't had in a while because I've been in the situation of not having anywhere to actually hang a horizontal banner. So Now we've got both again. I have had vertical banners in the past. They've been super useful. I don't know why I haven't done one recently. I think it was mostly cost. But Vistaprint had a sale on the other day, and then I was able to like double up my Aeroplan rewards, and it just all worked out. So. Okay, so this one is mostly caught. I'm just going to go back over a little section here at the bottom, and then I'm going to blend the stitch line in up here so that it should be all right. And now as long as it's caught, we're good. We're good. All right. Okay, so how many bags do we actually have left now? We've got the Sakura. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Sweet. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, I'm just debating if I want to finish these or if I want to go get my coffee. Like, I need to go get my coffee because a headache is creeping in, and I think that might be a little bit caffeine. I'll also chug a glass of water, which will help as well because I probably haven't drank enough water today. Because I never drink enough water. It's always caffeine. Caffeinate me. Okay, trim these down. Trim that one down. Okay, I'll be back in like less than 10 minutes. Just like I said, I'm going to go get a coffee and then I'll be back. One moment. All right, coffee was obtained, but words. Oh, it hasn't been chugged, so I will drink it slowly because it's still pretty warm. I also went upstairs and I changed into jeans because I was like, really, that's the only thing I need to do before going out for coffee besides for blood work, besides packing up my laptop because we're going to go do some computer work afterwards. So it's like, if I go and change into my jeans, because I also checked for my blood work forms when I was upstairs for lunch, realistically I can work until about 3 instead of 2:45. So then just bundle up and get out. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Because as much as I would like to go out in my sweatpants, I do not like going out into do blood work and stuff like that in my sweatpants. I don't know why. I think it's partly I just don't want to carry that grubbiness back inside with me. Although it's funny because I will actually, as much as I say that, I'll still wear my sweatpants to go pick up the kids and stuff like that. And then one time over the summer, I wasn't picking them up in basically either athletic gear or sweatpants. And one of the teachers was like, "Oh, you dressed up today." I'm like, yeah. Can't remember what we were doing. I think it was the day that we were going down to the Stampede grounds with them or something like that. I'm like, oops. Oh well, whatever. The thing about it is it's true. When I'm going to drop them off, I'm typically going to either spin or I'm going to be going to a run or something like that. So I'm not going to dress up. I'm going to be super casual. And in the wintertime, that means sweatpants. All right, this one is glorious. I also have this on that gold mustard background, and it's gonna look spectacular as well. Or maybe I think actually a better description of it would be gold velvet. So that really rich tone that gold velvet gets a lot of the time. And then with the sakura speckled all over it like this too. Or scattered, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Good there. Yeah, because what time is it? 1:15. So we got about another, almost 2 hours. Not quite. Hour and 45, I guess. Okay, that just needs to be extremely temporarily clipped because it's the side that gets sewn first here. So now I can just get moved out of the way. And we'll zip along here. There are sparkles on my feed dog plate. Interesting. Not a surprise, but interesting. All right. Should be down around the 8 to 9 mark here, hopefully. Hello. Oh, I grabbed 2 sets of pockets. That's what happened there. You're not the pockets that I want for this one. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, you're already on the table, so let's do you first. table over there under the window. And honestly, it's just going to become a dumping ground. And I just realized it might be super useful to like extend the sewing desk back here. It would block the shelves, but it's just not an IKEA table, so it's like super easy to move. Gonna have to decide on that. I may also give my children another access to the shelf that they don't need. So I don't know about that one. Looking at these, I think I cut the okay, yeah, I did cut them slightly larger for the webbing on the new ones. That's okay. We can cut them smaller next time by like a ½ inch. It's not a big deal. It would be if it's a garment, but it's not a garment, so. No, gone forever. Or not. There we go. Okay, I can actually. Oh man, they really do just like to like jump off of the sewing table. Okay, back in their bin where they belong. Oh, there it is, right there. Didn't even jump off the table; it just hit under my thread snips. Alright, everything went topsy-turvy with that one. We have now fixed it. And now it's onto the pockets. Also, I did take a look for the pockets with the batik, and they are not currently present in any of the areas I thought they would be. So I don't know what I did with them. I will go actually in and double check the video evidence later, but for now they're MIA. You see my fabric move out of the corner of my eye because I have like a little section of the YouTube video on showing through from Safari, and it keeps distracting me because I'm like, what's happening on the screen? But it's just me turning my fabric. It's just me. Consistently. Just me. Oh well. I will learn eventually. Maybe. Maybe. Probably not. I will probably still continue to look at it 10 years from now, being like, what's that? If I'm even still doing this in 10 years, which I probably will be. Well, maybe not the live streaming. Who knows? Who knows what it'll be in 10 years? It's definitely not what it was 10 years ago. Actually, now I'm curious when I actually started my YouTube channel. I don't even know. It's a while ago. That's what I know. I know it's been a while. canvases are lined up. Get some of these stray threads out of the way here, hopefully. Clip, clip, clip. All right. Just realized it's not really Happy New Year anymore, but oh well, whatever. Happy New Year. Just saw it scrolling along the bottom here. It's like it's almost like this weekend is basically mid-February already. Like I said February is like the doldrums, and typically it really is the doldrums. I do not like February. It's like just bleh. I think it's because, like, at least for us here, there's not a lot to look forward to because it's just kind of right in the, like, worst part of winter. There's Valentine's Day, but it's like a letdown after Christmas, all of that. And, yeah, I just get into what I called the doldrums usually. But I can't believe that we're already February 7th, so I think the doldrums have not been as bad actually the last couple of years with the kids, which is nice. And I think probably also the aim of training, like actually having something to kind of do in February is helping a lot as well. Because previously, especially for like with my show season and stuff like that, it was just kind of like, me, you gotta do taxes. Blech. Taxes are bad any time of year, and then yeah. Gross taxes. I don't want to do taxes. Next year it'll be even better if I do, well, with Kyoto too. I'm training for Kyoto because it's like the only drawback to training for Kyoto will be that I'll have to do a lot of the training on the treadmill. I am 100% an outdoor runner. I really like running outdoors. And I laugh at that because someone was like, they must be a weightlifter or do some other form of exercise regularly. Because they're like, what kind of cardio machine am I going to use today? And that's what they called the treadmill, was the dreadmill. Super useful. I obviously have to run on a treadmill. Well, I don't have to, but I'm not going to go run at -4 with the potential for ice. So treadmill is extremely useful for that sort of thing. But the training for Kyoto, like the last couple of months, is going to be on the treadmill, and I'm just like, I'm not looking forward to that. If we have another mild winter like this year, at least it's maybe I can do more of the training outside, and I'll make sure I get outside more in that case. But ugh. Because that was the benefit to being fairly mild. November and December, as I was running outside for quite a while, even for the Dopey Challenge at Disney, which is at the beginning of January. But Kyoto is 6 weeks out from that, and so a lot of training will have to, like, it just has to happen indoors. We do have an indoor track here, but the problem is that A, it gets really busy, and B, it's a run-walk track, so that's it. Yeah. Maybe I'll break it up with some of my like lower and slower runs on that, but it's not a good long-term solution for like any real big distance. Although that might be a good way to break up my runs next week or something, I don't know. Could be warmer than the garage, that's for sure. Would be a good way to work in some of my different like upper body weight exercises and stuff like that. So Oh, right. This was the one where it was like, it's all kind of just a little bit wonky. So we're just going to roll with whatever the fabric does here and do the best we can. Oh, did I run out of bobbin thread already? That feels like it was so short. What the heck? Glad I noticed if it is out that I noticed now instead of like in the end of the seam. Yep. All gone. All done. Okay. New bobbin in and around and in. Oh, okay, good. I was like, do I have another spool of white Gutermann? But it looks like we are down to the last of the spools for the bobbin thread. I should almost swap the two. But I've got the new spools, and I was like, wait, do I have 2 spools of white to be able to like put a spool on the spool thing? And yes, I do. And apparently I didn't get my bobbin thread done properly. Lovely. What is going on here? My needle's still threaded, so we're good there. This probably just requires some coffee. There we go. Okay. Good. Sweet. Okay. And next, sweet raindrop polar bears. And then we've got, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, sweet, 4 left. Phew, that is a lot of work done, which is awesome. Basically what we'll do after this is we'll go through and we will start doing the wedging process for the bags, because that has to happen before they're sewn together. Yeah, no, that's not really a process that I chain piece, so we're just going to do it. And then tonight we'll be making will tonight be making... Yes, I need to brand the leather tonight because I just remembered too that it actually has to sit tonight so that it doesn't curl. That's right. Okay. So that'll be the task tonight, is getting the leather branded and cut. I don't think I have my usual color of leather, so we'll be using something a little bit different, which is kind of fun too. Stuff looked like it was a little bit like shifty, but we're all good. Whew. Chilly fingers are coming in. They're creeping in. We'll survive, but they're creeping in. Realized a show that would be good would be Fibers West, which is out on the coast, which without Knit City this year would be a viable option, but driving out there in March would be intense potentially. Let me take a look at that. Puff. Fibers West. Should I be sewing still? Yes. But that's okay. I bet you I'm too late to actually apply anyway. Oh man, it's like right over Easter weekend. that was a lot of radio silence to like process some of that stuff. Sorry. Interesting. I will chat with Dallas about that one. Okay. Yeah, the really the only hesitation there would be the what the road conditions would be like at that point. Although really, I could probably actually fly out. But then how do I get stuff out there? And there's different factors in like driving and flying out. Obviously, it's one of the things about not going to Toronto. I would love to come out to like Knit City, Toronto and things. But the issue being there that display, because like I could fly out with my bags and my suitcases. So that's how we transport them all the time. And then I just pack myself in like a carry-on, like I do when I go to Japan. So maybe next time that's actually in Toronto. I think the other big thing was it's actually over the weekend of Odafest, and or it's the week later and Dallas is at work or something. So again, kids are a factor in this planning phase right now. So because they have to be, and that's fine. And I'm not saying that just to be like, no, don't come at me, internet. No, it's fine. That's part of what happens when you have kids. Alrighty, a Shiba Inu bag here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 3.5. This is the half. We're doing really good today. I'm really excited about this. So, yay us. Yay me. Ding. And I'm glad we went with the red for the Shiba Inu because it does look like there's a lot more red bones than there are yellow bones on this one. I know I was debating a little bit the other day, but this looks really good so far. I do like the fact that you can kind of see how these bags are going to come together before they come together. Just because so much of the work has to happen before. Whereas like with the box bags and even the big bags, it's kind of like, well, the big bags are a little bit easier now with the canvas, to be honest. But like, especially with the box bags, everything, there's a lot of like mystery about it until you actually like turn the bag and see it basically finished. So like obviously I have a pretty good knowledge of what's going to happen with the bags now that I've been sewing for so long, but you know, sometimes there's just surprises. So actually, I'm going to text a friend who's done Fibers West before. more. Ha ha ha. There's things I can plot afoot. Oh, that is actually blank on this side too. Let's see. What happened? Why did it happen? Close. It has no more connection. It's plugged in, so it's not like the actual phone is dead. Unless it overheated. Why would you do this? Allow. Well, it's never a really terrible idea to go in and just double check messages. Anyway, all right, there we go. Let's get this back up. We have muted the microphone because we do not want the microphone. Obviously, it's not going to be like perfectly where it was before, but it's better than nothing. Oop. Turn it down. Way down. Might help if I actually put it correctly in its like little tripod harness. There we go. Close. Sweet. All right, let's get the rest of this sewing. Alrighty, there are all the interiors and exteriors with all their side seams done. So now we'll go in and do the wedging of them. And I've got about another hour of work here. Alright, just having a chat about logistics basically. We'll go through and we will sew up these edges, and then so basically what we're going to go through and do is we will double check the interiors and make sure the pockets are done up in these before we sew them up, and then we will do the wedging on all the things. All right, so what we do to check the pockets is we open it up. All good. All good. Yeah. And with the interiors, I just make sure to only sew the one side because obviously we're going to turn to the other one as I've discussed. And we're good to go. All right. It's not going to work. Okay. So we'll chain piece the interior to the exterior and then we'll trim and do this. Check the pockets, check the pockets. That side's good. That side's good, good, good. Alrighty. Okay, now in this case where the pockets are overhanging this much, we're actually going to trim down the seam allowance and the pocket at the same time because we do not need that much fabric on the interior of the bag. And I do apologize for my shears. I still have not found the wheel oil to oil them with yet. There we go. Now I'll double check to make sure that they are. Should have probably checked beforehand to make sure that they're sewn in, but given how much excess fabric there is, we're probably good. I figured. That's what I told myself anyway. Yep. Alrighty. Alright, this is super exciting though because it does mean that we are basically down to wedging, and then we just got to put the bag together essentially, and the tags. So I feel like we're actually going to get quite a bit of this finished for Saturday. which you know is always nice. Double check in here. So we're going through and we've done all the interior sewing. We're going in and checking to make sure that all the pockets are actually sewn in all the way down. That we don't need to trim down a lot of seam allowances. And then we are finishing the wedge on the interior on the one side, and leaving the wedge open on the other side so that we can do the turning. Then we're going to go in and we're finishing off the exterior wedges on the exterior wedges. That's all it is. That's all that sentence needs to be. So if you're hanging on waiting for the rest of it, that was it. But yeah, we've got all the side seams and bottom seams done. So tonight's agenda is I will be doing branding of the leather for tags for these. And then once that is finished, yeah, because I was like, no, I don't have to do that till tomorrow. But no, we got to do that tonight because the leather tends to curl under the heat. So I need to go in and make them tonight so that I can flatten them, basically, so that we can glue them onto the bags better tomorrow night once they're finished. So we're working on the tags, and then we will be working on the bags tonight as well, hopefully. Because as I said, I will be having a dinner coffee because we're now in the last little bit of that show push for Saturday. And if my sleep schedule goes a little bit wonky for a show push, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I can go back to normal sleeping patterns next week when Dallas is home. So I have a super good schedule when he's at work anyway. Never have. Probably won't ever. Ooh, nice crisp lineups. Basically, I'm just checking to make sure that we've definitely gotten the pockets sewn in all the way down the sides. Nothing's missed or anything like that. Less of concern on the exteriors because they are there are no pockets to sew in. It's just itself. And then what we do is we open up. We're only sewing one wedge on the interiors. If I didn't just mention this, I'll mention it again. But we only sew one wedge on the interiors so that I can turn to the other wedge that's been cut. The pattern calls for you to actually, leave an opening in the bottom, but I prefer the aesthetic of closing up the wedge after turning versus closing the bottom of the bag. I don't like the little lip of the the bottom of the bag, so you know, it's more aesthetically pleasing to me to close up the wedge like I do for all my wedges. Okay, yeah, so this one has a really big amount of pocket hanging out here. So we're going to make sure that it gets trimmed down because we don't want that on the interior of the bag because it just makes it it doesn't let the bag sit properly, basically. And it doesn't hurt to trim down the actual seam allowance either a little bit, just because the interior still takes up room in the bag. And so if you trim the interior down a little bit, it makes the bag, the lining of the bag less baggy in the bag. I don't know how exactly, but it's true. I do actually have my thread catcher here. I actually set myself up today. I've got a bag to put all the scraps in for my friend. And I have my thread catcher here so I don't have to pick up all the threads from all these cuts later on. They just go straight into the garbage. Trim everything up in between before we sew it. And then we'll double check that these Given how much there was for seam allowance, I think we're fine. We're good. Okay. Sew up one side. And then we'll sew up the other side, the exterior. I still haven't done like an official count of how many bags there actually are, but I am hoping that we can get through all of these exterior seams before I have to leave the house. I've got blood work I need to do, so I need to be wrapped up by 3 p.m. Just under an hour. And given how these are going, I think we'll be fine. And I am still basically chain piecing them. It just, between the two exterior wedges, it doesn't work to really chain piece them together. So we're going to not do that. We're going to trim it in between. Still greatly reduces the amount of thread that you use though, so we're going to stick with what we're doing. Tried and true for now. All right. So most of these fabrics are, well, not all of them, but a lot of them are from May of 2022, when I went with Carolina of Ancient Arts Yarns. But a lot of these are also throwback fabrics from trips previously. So I figured out that the Kato can be made from large box bag cuts, basically. And lots of bags get put into the timeout bin, basically, between shows. And sometimes that's because like I don't have a handle done or blah, blah, blah. Who knows, right? Just there's some reason. One got put in the timeout bin from Knit City this year because when I went to put the drawstring in it, I realized that the top stitching wasn't really well done on the top of the, like there was a crimp in it. So that had to be fixed when I got home because I obviously don't have my sewing machine in Vancouver. Unfortunately. Hauling this thing back and forth would be ridiculous. Okay, I do need to fix that side of the pocket a little bit because it's a bit too far onto the selvage. And the selvage does not blend in. So we're going to take everything that we've already sewn and throw it in the whip bin for now. Whips being works in progress if you're unfamiliar with the term. Not like whips and chains. Anyway, so like there's like a bunch of different reasons that something might get thrown into the timeout bin. But lots of times they do also then end up losing bits and pieces to them, or I use it for another project or something. So I figured out that those cuts that have already been cut for the large box bag can actually be made into the Kato bag. And so I've been working through a lot of those leftovers to actually make the Kato bags as well, which has been like a really cool kind of walk down memory lane for everyone without like it being a scrap project either, which we've been doing a lot of recently too, because why not? I am actually starting to see the bottom of some, well, I've like distributed my scraps in such a way and planned for stuff from my scraps in such a way that I'm starting to see the bottom of some of my scrap bins. And that is very exciting. And we've got plans for a lot of the other ones too, so that's good too. Okay. Go. Yeah, so that definitely needs to be trimmed down. That is a lot of pocket on the in the seam allowance. Going through, and we're just trimming up these in between threads. And then this one looks like it might be caught, but it has a potential for not being. So check that before we trim it down. Nope. It's Good on this side, and I'm like 99% sure it's fine on that side. We're good. This one doesn't need the actual seam allowance trimmed down, but it does need the pockets trimmed down because that is too much fabric on the interior to let remain. Then we'll trim down this side, and then we'll have some coffee, and then we'll do the sewing. Go. Okay, my next bobbin is already wound, so we're good there. Trim these up. This is the floral wreath cats on Dusty Aqua. I feel like we already checked this one, it looks like, but just in case. Yeah, we're good. This one definitely needs a seam allowance trimmed down. Oh yeah, we actually redid this one, so we're good. So trim it down. Into the bag, trim the threads. And yeah, now we're at the point where it's like whichever comes first. So if 3 o'clock comes before we're finished, then we're done because I gotta get going. Or if we're done exteriors before 3 o'clock, I'm going to stop it there because that going on to the next step just doesn't make sense if there's, yeah, between like the fact that we don't, I only have about 45 minutes right now, so. Although I do think there's a very high chance that we will get the like all of this wedging done, which will be amazing actually if we do. Okay, so this is another one where it needs to be trimmed down. Make sure that that interior actually got caught too, because it's pretty close to the edge. But it looks like from there it's fine. And good. Not a big surprise with that much overhang, but you know, always better to check than assume. Especially because it is a pain in the butt to fix pockets after they get sewn in. So, like, after this step, it's better to check them now before they get sewn into the bag, because once they're in the bag, that's when it's like, oh no. Go. things I do to make my edges as tidy as I can is I do this nesting, which is so just like the chain piecing, it's actually a quilting hack. It's supposed to just help your like seams rest together nicely. So I open it up here, and then you basically butt your seams together so that this flap is going to go right and this flap goes left, and in between there is your seam, and it just basically nests or butts against each other so that you get nice crisp seam points. Basically not always perfect, but a lot better than if I was just guessing. Basically. So, and then what I make sure to do is that the bottom seam runs the same direction on both ends of the wedge, which is part of the reason why we can't chain piece between the outer wedges, is because it's too difficult to get it to lay properly, typically on the other side. So that's fine. Okay, this one looks like we've probably already inspected the pockets, but we'll double check. It's good on this side. And we're good on this side. Sweet, so we'll trim it down just a little bit. Like that. And this side as well. It's just a lot of layers of fabric. Actually, no, that does need one more run. It caught it most of the way, but right at the bottom it's a little bit questionable. So let's get that put together again, or just a little bit more, just a bit more seam allowance. Okay, we can start at the same edge up here, and then we'll just kind of scoot it over. It only needs about 1/8 of an inch, but there we go. Now it'll be that much more stable. We apparently might be out of bobbin thread. Nope, just broke off. Okay, reset. And we'll get this pulled and up. And we'll just lock that second seam in place for sure. And then we're actually going to trim this seam allowance down a little bit. And then we'll sew this side instead of using it as the turning seam, just so that we preserve the integrity of that second seam. Because if you're going to split a seam anywhere, it's always when you're turning it, pretty much. Or if you're going to split a seam at any time, that's when it's going to happen, basically. Go. Open up, nest the seams, pop it under the machine. Trim, and get to the other side. Okay, the other thing that might defeat me and make me go upstairs sooner is the fact that my bladder is protesting. It's like you chugged a coffee and a glass of water and a pop. Of course you're going to be hungry. Dahlia, get out of there. No. Not yours. You. Now she's like, I wasn't doing anything. I am an innocent cat. Hi. I love you, but you are not an innocent cat. Destructo cat. Not really, but has been being a pest today. So keep an eye on her, and if she needs to be removed from the situation, I will. Alright, so pockets on this one are good on that side, and good on this side. So we'll go in and do the wedge. Actually, I think this might need a trim down. I need a little bit more. There, that's better. Yeah, this needs a trim down on this side, because there's a lot of extra pocket fabric there. And the pocket fabric for each pocket is 2 layers. So there's like 6 layers of pocket or fabric right where the pockets are. So that's part of why we're doing the trim down as well. It's just because it's just a bunch of fabric right there. Okay. That side's fine. So we're going to open this up and do the seam here. Cat apparently is going to be in the way, because why not? Okay, there we go. Obviously does not like the sewing machine actually running. She's like, no. I've thought about dice bags actually. We have Calgary Expo in April in Calgary, and the thing about it is it's always like, it should be something more targeted at the geek groups or the D&D groups and all of that. And so yes, I have actually considered dice bags. I don't know. Although it could be one of those ones where it's like, it could be a dice bag and like a notions pouch. So it's kind of something that I've been skating around for a little bit. Been in the back of my head. Again, it's also finding patterns for that sort of thing, and like patterns where it's something that you can actually put into production or not too. And then I think I would come up against the wall of like, well, you don't have licensed fabric. And it's like, no, I'm not going to make stuff from licensed fabric in Japan, or from licensed fabric from Japan, because there's a whole slew of other legal issues there, potential legal issues. So, but dice bag I think would be a nice one to do. And then yeah, like, and then it could be a notions pouch on the other side of that. If you see me grimacing, it's because those scissors sound horrendous. Which hopefully isn't getting picked up by the mic too much, but never know. Alright. Cat, you need to stay down. And I need to trim your nails again. Holy. That was fast. Yeah, most of them can be. It's just good to have stuff that like for sure is really easy to bring across, because obviously the niche market of the knitters has been my most successful, although I am trying to branch into that wider market as well. So like knitters and crocheters and fiber artists need wallets and purses and all of that sort of stuff too. So that's why it's kind of like, okay, that's not a bad one to be focusing on either. But I think it's like the dice bags are also good like jewelry organizers for like traveling, is what I've seen them as, outside of like the knitting and D&D communities and stuff like that. Gaming community. It's like there's, yeah, you could use it for a lot of things. I never mean it as like an insult, but it's always like the only thing that limits you for what you can use my bags for is your imagination, basically. Again, as long as it's not illegal. Do not condone using my bags for illegal purposes. If you are, please don't tell me. She must be cold or something like that, which is weird because she's been laying on her like nice heated little pillow all day with the blanket over top of the heated pillow. So pillow mat thing, I don't know what to call it. I guess it's a heated mat. Flynn was up on the bed last night and curled up with our eldest, which was adorable. So that's good at least. He's definitely warmed up to the kids more in the last couple of years, which is good. Because I think Remy was going to be like the kid cat if he had survived a bit longer. He adored our eldest. Like, adored them. So glad to see that Flynn is like warming up to the kids a little bit more. Daly is very much my cat, so, which is fine. But I think she would enjoy the kids if she let them get close enough. All right, we're getting there. I don't know why I didn't move my light earlier, because this is way better working light than I've had it set up all day. So, hey, do not chase stuff. You got pointy little toenails that we already need to trim. I swear I just trimmed them last week. So you must have been going hard on your cat tree. 1, 2. Yeah, we're probably down to about 8, 10 left, hopefully. So we'll see where we get to. All right, this one's already been fixed, so we'll just trim the seam allowance down. Yes, yes they do. But the one issue we've had is that Flynn has actually become allergic to chicken, I think, as far as we can tell. At least when I cut it out. So he had a bunch of little scabbies and everything all summer. Cut the chicken out and they went away, and then they got fed food with chicken in them for when we were gone. And that was totally my fault. It was like Friskies and obviously filled with chicken. But they constantly whine for wet food. So I need to apparently go get the more expensive cat food, which is annoying, but probably better for them in the end of it all anyway. Hey, leave my tools alone. But yeah, Flynn especially whines for food, and particularly for wet food. Dalio will whine when the food bowl is empty and when the water bowl is empty. So it's a good warning system, at least. And if they don't whine, they kind of like sit outside of the baby gate and like look at me plaintively along with some chatter to be like, hey, we need the things now, Mom. That's why they're, though, again, if it's not the kids, it's the cats. So the consistent caretaking. But they get like, the other thing is that they know that when we open like up like tuna or something like that to drain it for sandwiches, they get like that water and stuff like that. So as soon as they hear us take like a can out of the cupboard, basically, they're like, oh, it's our time. Our time has come. Or whatever. Do yours, because you've got 1 or 2 right now. I can't remember. But if however many you have, do they whine for their food or water or anything like that? Okay, yeah, that coffee caught up to me. I'm gonna run up and use the washroom really quick, and then we're gonna come down and try and like speed through the rest of these. I will be like 2 minutes, not even. Oh man, it was 3 minutes. Curses. Yeah, it seems to be the way of it is it's like typically you have one that like whines for something a lot. We definitely need to be more diligent about playing with them. They have fallen on the wayside a little bit from the kids, but I think we're transitioning out of the quite so survival mode with the kids. There's definitely still days like that, but now we'll be able to devote a little bit more attention to the cats again. So that'll be good for them. Because Flynn has gotten into a bad habit of like being on the counters consistently, and I'm pretty sure it's like attention seeking. So although part of it is also he's like sleeping above the dishwasher when it's like running its cycle, so I think that is mostly because he's like, hey, it's nice and warm. And really, can I blame him? No, because I would love to curl up on the counter when the dishwasher's in its dry cycle, because my goodness, it always feels good when I even just like touch it with my hands. So yeah, it's funny though, because like Dahlia screams at us, just will just scream at us. That's just turned me out as like a scream, even if she's not like whining about stuff or requesting things or anything like that. So it's always funny when people are like, well, cats are always so aloof and they don't like, dogs have so much more personality or whatever. And it's like, have you met a cat? Like, what cats have you met in your life? Yes, some of them are you wonder how they survive the ding-dongs, but they still have a personality. Even if it's just, did the brain cell come to you today? is it? Did it go to another orange cat? Dallas was like, Flynn was licking the walls the other day? I'm not 100% sure. I think what ended up happening is he ended up with like tuna water on the wall. Like it might have flicked off when he was like licking tuna water off a plate or something like that. He's like, why are you licking a plate? And I'm like, well, because he's an orange cat. The one brain cell that like goes around and shares between cats is like not his today, apparently. And at the same time, he can be so wickedly smart sometimes. That's like, dude, what the heck? Okay, fair enough. Wait, sorry, I think I just found the extra. I was looking for the other batik. I was like, where's the batik? Because this does not match up where it's supposed to. Damn it. Did we already do the polar bear? How old's the new one? So if you got them at Christmas. Okay, so there, okay, yeah. And there's the one with the batik. And then, so this is supposed to pair up with the, I don't even know what's happening right now. That pairs up with the more cats though. So we're going to chuck it over there because this seems to be in sequence, maybe? Yes, I think we're still good. But apparently I just sewed that in between all the rest and then forgot about it. Oy. He's 6. That's interesting. I do find that, so Remy, when we first got them, because of course we adopted them, he would go around and like yell for us. So he'd be upstairs and he'd be downstairs, like yelling, basically. And apparently it's a male cat thing that they just do, partly to mark the territory and actually partly to find out where you are. And a lot of time when we told him, like, we called him and he was downstairs, he would actually come upstairs. So I think it was more just a, like, checking in. And he was 5 when we adopted him, so yeah. I don't know, man. Cats. And the more I'm around toddlers, I'm like, the more cat-like they become. Okay, we're gonna sew this one then, and then... Okay, yeah, we'll keep... Also sew the batik so that it's done. And then all we have to do is sew the exterior of the more cats together. So we can get it done, but it can happen, like... It can happen at the end of the day, that's fine. Okay. So they estimated that Dahlia was probably about 2 when we got her. So that means, and we've had her for 9 years. Oh, jeez. Yeah, we've had her for 9 years. So she's already 11. She does not look like an 11-year-old cat. And you don't look like an 11-year-old cat. Although I think, so Remy was 11 when he passed. But I think he also, like, I think there's something else going on there just with how rapidly, like, I look back at pictures now and I think he was probably, something was going on for longer than I was able to see, basically. But it also happened so quickly, especially with, like, 2 little ones that I just, there was no way I was going to be able to see it, probably. Dahlia, on the other hand, is looking, well, and he did start to look old once he hit about, like, 9.5, 10. So, I don't know what happened with him. But from what I can tell, Dahlia is a spry little lady, and she's one of those cats where it's like she'll probably be around for a really long time. Mostly, not necessarily out of spite, but just Energizer Bunny. I don't know, it's a hard way to describe it, right? Some cats seem to survive just out of spite. Kind of like people sometimes. How have you been alive so long? And it's just like, then you look at someone's actions, it's like, oh, out of spite. Okay. And that's not the case with Dahlia, but I do think she's just going to hang around for a while. So far, at least. Alright, get the pockets trimmed down here. I should actually check them, make sure they're sewn in. That trimming down the excess here is really going to change whether they're sewn in or not, so we'll do that first since I'm already working on it. Then we'll check it. Alright, good. And good. And we need to trim down the threads here on the edge a little bit. Right there. So the kids still contact sleep with us or like come into our bed at night because they're toddlers. And that's fine. Except that the youngest usually curls up with me and they like to go diagonally and against and like they take up their space. They're like a cat. They spread out. However they slept like Monday through to Tuesday has messed up my shoulders. Like, oh my goodness. Shoulders and neck, and sewing isn't helping either, but I don't have much choice there. So I think tonight might be a rub A535 night. One of my favorite things are still those, what are they? They're like the disposable heat packs. I just realized that there's probably like some sort of neck and shoulder like electric blanket basically I could be using, and that would be really nice sitting down here because it also keep me warm. So maybe I'll look into that here soon. Although the more yoga I do, the better it'll be anyway. But although that's not going to improve sleeping conditions probably for a while. Youngest does tend to sleep through better, in their bed at least, but when they're in our bed, it's just like, how much space will I be able to scrape up for myself? I have woken up with like, about, oh, I'm going to try and show, maybe that much room left on the mattress for me, an inch or two. Between both kids and Dallas and the cats, and it's a good thing we don't have any dogs or anything like that. Almost there. I think we will actually be able to get this finished before I head out. Because really, I don't have much to do before I head out. Sweet. Those do need to trim down right here. Yeah, it's always so tough with like rescues, right? Like you don't know their full situation. Like looking at Remy and Dahlia, Remy was very outgoing cat. And then Dahlia's always been a very scaredy cat. But the thing is that they were abandoned in the rental for 3 or 4 days, which is not going to help anything. And the landlord actually found them. Still pisses me off because it's like, okay, it was May in that case. They were only there for about a month before we adopted them. Like, it's still terrible, but at least like leave them outside the door of the Humane Society instead of leaving them in the frickin' apartment to rot, basically. That's what disgusts me about this. Anyway, but the reaction that Dahlia has to a lot of stuff, and especially men, like in all men, So we think probably what happened, this is our headcanon, is that the first, like, a girl got Remy because Remy just loved people, but still like a strong preference for ladies. And then this woman probably got a boyfriend or something like that, and they're like, oh, we'll adopt a kitten together. The way that she's so scared is I think that he probably was not very nice to this kitten. And then they got abandoned. And they figured Remy was about 5 and Dahlia was about 2. So that would be about right. Now, we have absolutely zero clue, although we do know that it was a couple, and because that's the information that was handed in with the landlord. Don't know any other details than that, but just like from experience of what they were actually doing when they got into the house, and like, yeah, like it's taken 7, 8, 9 years for Dahlia. Like it took 7 years for Dahlia to warm up to Dallas. That it's very likely something that happened. And then poor Remy was like all constipated and everything. So the first year of like having him, he was really sensitive around his back end. And like, okay, cats usually are, right? Like it's a really sensitive area, but he was hypersensitive to it. So I was like, okay, I wonder if they pulled his tail and like, has he had a broken tail or something like that? We did some x-rays and no, he was just constipated. Poor cat. So we got him on like a fiber diet and he had to have like laxatives for the couple weeks, and that was fun to give him because it was like the laxatives were a sticky syrup, or one of them was anyway. Basically it was actually Restoralax, which we as humans can take too, and then this like sticky syrup, and that was fun because he would like take it, but he didn't like it, so he'd like flick it all over. It ended up all over his like forehead, and he was a dork. But he was a much happier cat after we got him unconstipated. He was also a stress eater though, so he would like, if the bowl did go dry, he would go and like stress eat to the point of like throwing up. So that was always fun. Because he was a little bit of a chunky boy. And so we were always like, well, do you free feed? And it's like, yes, because if I don't, he's a stress eater. And I don't need a basic, like, I don't need a cat with an eating disorder. It's already disordered enough on the times that like I'm accidentally not feeding him. So yeah, who knows with these little critters. Heck, we don't even know with humans half the time, so okay, we're just about there. Pockets are good. Pockets are good. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 left. Sweet, we're almost there. Got 8 minutes. Let's see what I can do. Actually, if I'm down to like 1 bag, I'll probably do the last bag too, because it's like, it won't take me that long to drive there. I just want to leave extra time because it's been really foggy and gross outside, and we're approaching school let-out time too, so need to have a little bit extra time just to get into town, basically. And I don't want to miss a blood work appointment because actually it was really easy to get this one, surprisingly. So they must have changed something for the better, which is nice, but surprising. And yeah. And yes, that's surprising is a scathing remark about the Alberta government right now. This was, yeah, not going into politics, but they're definitely not the party I voted for. Especially with the healthcare policies. Although, yeah, because they privatized the labs, and then now it's like back, well, my doctor was saying it's back to public or something like that. I don't know. It's like, it's changed so often in the past, like, 4 or 5 years. I don't even know exactly what's happening anymore. I am, however, extremely glad that I was able to get an appointment, because the last few years, even pre-pandemic, it took like, could take up to 3 to 4 months to have an appointment. So something there has at least changed for the better, hopefully. That sounds like my bobbin thread broke, and it did. Okay. Sweet, 2 more. So we've got like 6 more wedges to sew. Alright, so that is actually going to be really good. We'll have done a lot of work today in the small amount of time I really was on working. And then, yeah, when I get back on tonight, we'll be doing leather branding for tags, branding and then cutting. Basically, I go through and brand a bunch and then use the die to cut them out. And then tomorrow night, we'll be going in and I just realized I said that I need to glue these on. So tonight we'll be branding and actually finishing the bags, hopefully. Like, sewing them together. We'll still need to put the actual, like, tags on them tomorrow and also get the drawstrings into them, but those are 2 different processes. So drawstrings can always be put in on Friday or, like, Saturday morning when I'm standing at the event. As much as that sucks. That's something we want to avoid, but if push comes to shove, at least the bag is done. 4 minutes, ha ha ha. All right. Thank you so much, everyone who has joined me today. I hope you come back and join me tonight. Tonight will probably be a mostly ASMR stream because it takes some concentration not to burn my fingers. And I can listen to an audiobook because as much as I love leather branding and like the look of it, the process of it is just extremely repetitive. So just being able to listen to my book, head down, works really well. And then I can tell you the title or the author of the book too. I'm listening to The Widow of Rose Hill right now. So just basically turn of the century romance from what I can tell. I don't know if it's like has any steam or anything like that, but it is romance. So it's cute so far. It's very much fluff, and that's perfect. That's all I want right now. So it was one of my suggested books on Everand. I can't remember like what the route was to it, because it'll be like, because you read these, you might enjoy this. And I don't know how it got into that list, like what other books suggested or spawned that suggestion, but it's good enough. Alrighty. 2 more wedges. 2 more wedges. And 3 o'clock. Look at that. That I really couldn't have timed any of this better. So that gives me enough time to get out and get packed and get out. And then, yeah, I'll chat with you guys tonight, hopefully. Well, I have to. Keep me on track. No, I enjoy, it's not an obligation. I enjoy coming on live stream. There we go. I meant that of like more of I have to get work done tonight. I can't slack off tonight. There we go. So, like I kind of did last night. But like I said, Tuesdays are just notoriously, it's a transition day, and sometimes it's better just to let it lie than try to push through it. So 2:59 p.m. Look at that. I said that it was either 3 or finished, and we are finished this step. So I will see you guys all probably around 8:30, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. So in like 6 hours. I will post to Instagram with the link and everything like that. So that is still the easiest way to find out about this. I will try and figure out a way to make this ring light a little bit more stable. Maybe we'll pop it behind the sewing machine from now on so that's not like jiggling every time I'm sewing. I hope you guys all have a fantastic afternoon and evening wherever